Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors meeting on September 19th, 2024 at 5 p.m. We are located at Oxford Preparatory Academy, Saddleback Valley, and we are starting our closed session at 5 and our open session at 7 p.m. Our teleconference locations are Oxford Preparatory Academy, South Orange County, as well as in Norway. Our public comment opportunity. Members of the public may make comments at the regular meetings of the Board of Directors regarding closed session and items, agendized items, and non-agendized items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in a comment card to the Board Secretary, Michael DeLune. Requests for comments may be also submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of the applicable community input time. If members of the public wish to email comments to be read during the meeting, please email them to publiccomments@opaschools.org by 5 p.m. on September 19th, 2024. Public comments, including email comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per comment with up to 20 minutes of public comment per topic on the agenda. Reasonable accommodations. With at least 48 hours notice, any individual with a disability who requires reasonable accommodation to participate in a Board of Directors meeting may request assistance by contacting publiccomments@opaschools.org or 949-600 9050. Video and audio recordings of the meetings will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting in person or via Zoom webinar at meeting ID 320-324-6235. We will move to call to order. The meeting is called to order by the board president at 5:05 p.m. Roll call vote. Member Travis is aye. Member Kagu.
Present.
Dr. Smith, present. Member DeLue.
Yes.
And Dr. Freeler is not here yet, so she'll come later. Item B, approval of the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on September 19th, 2024. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on September 19th, 2024. May I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve item B.
May I please have a second?
Second.
Wonderful. Roll call vote. Member Travis is aye. Member Kagu.
Aye.
Member Smith.
Aye.
Member DeLune.
Aye.
Hello.
Hello.
And member Freiler.
Aye.
Wonderful. Next, moving on to community input as closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on items listed on closed session agenda only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Is there any comments regarding items listed under closed session?
No.
No. Okay. Wonderful. Closed session, we'll have the following items for discussion and possible action. A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision B of section 54956.9, 3 cases. B, public employee appointment dismissal, discipline or dismissal or release 54957. C, public employee performance evaluation 54957. D, conference for real property negotiators, government code 54956.8. All right, we will go ahead and move to closed session at 5:07 p.m. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors meeting. The meeting will reconvene to open session at 7:31 p.m. There was no action taken in closed session. We will move on to flag salute. What do you mean? We don't have a student. Okay. Would anybody like to? No. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Please
Dr.
stand. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Smith. All right, items for presentation and discussion. A full update by our three chancellors, and it's back to school updates and publication. Thank you. Oh, okay. We have two chancellors and a dean.
Michigan.
Okay. Got it. Two chancellors and a dean. We'll take it. I'll introduce them.
All right, good evening, everybody. Dr. Cooper and our wonderful board of directors. We are very excited to be here in front of you tonight to be able to give the first chancellor / dean update of the school year. So we're going to cover just a couple of the things that we've been doing over the last month. It's hard to believe the entire month has already gone by, has flown by. But with that being said, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Bridges to get us started.
Good afternoon, good evening. I am Mr. Bridges. A quick presentation for me, 3 slides, maybe 4, don't know, we'll see. Just wanted to start with the week of welcome. It was a superpower theme. It was a great opportunity for returning staff to rekindle some of their friendships and get to meet our new staff members as well. We had a 2-day new staff orientation where we got to learn all about our new staff members, and we did a great job hiring this year. We have a fantastic new staff that is fitting right in with our returning staff, and we love each and every one of them. All right, meet your professor. This is probably the best day of the year when all of our champions get to meet their professors for the first time. And they actually visit their previous year's professors. We get to see all the parents. It's a great day on the campus. The teachers are excited. The kids are excited. The staff is excited. It's a long day, but it's a fun day. And we really enjoyed to get to meet not just our returning champions, but our new champions as well. And the first day of school. This is the day the kids have been waiting for. They got to meet their professor, but they haven't seen the inside of their classrooms yet, right? And there's a slide a little later about the classrooms and decor. But the kids are super excited to get into their classrooms and not only interact with their classmates, but get to see what their learning environment's going to be throughout the year. The walls, the flexible seating, and just start to learn the expectations and the rules and what they're going to be covering for the year. You know, we always say there's a honeymoon phase. I think we're all still in the honeymoon phase. We're having a great year, a start to the year. The kids are fantastic. And we got to eat donuts. Who doesn't like teal donuts, right? And that's all I have.
Well, just a quick
Oh,
for the middle school on the first day of school. So we actually really wanted to reinvigorate our middle schoolers because there's little teenage angst when they come back to school. So we had bells and pom-poms and cheers, and they were terrified and mortified all at the same time. And parents were cheering them in, but it was really a great way to energize the first day of school. So it was a fun, little different version of the first day of school for our middle schoolers, but as much as they wanted to duck and hide, they really enjoyed that. Like, welcome back to the first day of middle school.
It sets the tone for the rest of the year. And then another favorite event in the beginning of the school year is going to be university orientation. It gives our professors a wonderful opportunity to be able to sit down with all of their families and be able to cover everything that's going to happen throughout the year, what the classroom looks like, routines and expectations, all the standards that the kiddos are going to be learning throughout the year as well. And it is that really first time that our professors are able to build that rapport with their families. And it really does, along with that first day of school, the excitement with the kids. University orientation sets the tone with the parents. So all three of us, for all three of our OPA sites, got phenomenal feedback from our parents. We all hosted a administration session before the actual classroom sessions and had a phenomenal turnout. I think all three of us hosted outdoors, which actually ended up being wonderful because it allowed for a lot more room, a lot more parents. And we caught some of those families who kind of like try to sneak in a little bit early and then they went, oh, actually, there's something going on right here. And we covered a lot of just various topics, you know, from arrival, dismissal procedures, traffic, things like that. So it was fantastic to get to meet some of our new families. And then, as Mr. Bridges said, a peek into some of our classrooms. Our teachers, professors really do an incredible job of creating an atmosphere where the kiddos feel included, they feel supported, and it really becomes a home away from home for them. A big push, I think, this year in all of our classrooms is providing space for our kids to take a break. They have that calm down corner because we know at any given time somebody's going through something. So we really wanted to create these inclusive environments for our kiddos. And you can just see from these pictures, we've still got our classroom libraries. I know middle school as well. There's place for small groups that is happening within the classroom. A lot of our teachers in the upper right-hand corner are trying to go a little bit more mobile this year. So utilizing, you know, their iPads and just kind of sit to stand desks because really they are moving around the classroom working with those kiddos. So it's a great thing to see.
I'm going to take over. So we have a big shout out because one of our biggest challenges as we started this year was the weather. You cannot predict the weather. And we started with extreme heat, extreme humidity, not normal to Southern California. And our PE teachers took the brunt of it. So they had to adjust and pivot and all the words that we don't want to say anymore since COVID. But they went into Honor Hall, they found classroom space, they still got the kids up and moving, they still got to start introducing their standards and their expectations. But the kids, it was funny because the minute the weather was like just enough to be outside, they just wanted to be outside. And so the kids embraced the fact that they wanted to be out moving and jumping and playing. And the way we introduced the entire year was a lot of collaborative games, a lot of collaborative relay races and things that the kids embraced and jumped into, even when it was so hot that they just were like, oh, okay, we don't want to be inside anymore, but we're outside. So this was just a big shout out to our PE teachers. Just embrace those first few weeks because they could not adjust to the same conditions that our classroom teachers did, but they did a phenomenal job and our kids are so involved and so embraced in what the PE standards are right now that we're so proud of what they were able to do in those weeks of smoke, fire, heat, all the things. Oh, and so we have a few shout outs to our individual sites. So September is Middle School Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And we have an amazing new counselor, Miss Kendall, who has worked with our PAL class, and they have started to work on just awareness of what suicide prevention and suicide awareness means. It's a very delicate topic, especially with a middle school population, but is very important because this is the age that the kids are starting to ask questions and starting to really feel the feels, and they don't know what that means and they don't know how to communicate with their parents. So we did an entire event where they worked with our peer assistant leadership group and they did an activity where the kids had to do a scavenger hunt and every station had a question and it was very simple. It was a simple like, how do you feel? What do you do if you feel this? And they had to answer some very simple questions. Then at the end of it, they went back and they got a piece of candy, but some of it was just like leading them through a process of what do you do if you feel this way? Who are your people that you can go to if? And it was amazing because the kids really embraced it. They really took it seriously. By the end of it, they were asking really great questions of our counselors, of our people that were there for their mental health awareness. And then it really led into some of our Club Rush and some of our other supports that we're leading into in this next few months. So it was a really amazing event because it's again, a very delicate topic, but the kids took it so seriously and really embraced it that I was very proud of what they accomplished in that week.
And then shifting gears down to the elementary level, our focus for our South Orange County campus is going to be our social emotional learning in action, and also with our counselor, Mrs. Ship, who is just the kindest, most wonderful human being I've ever had the pleasure of working with. She has done a phenomenal job. Our teachers really lay that foundation within the classrooms of that social emotional support. They're doing lessons every single week with the kiddos, but then we're taking it outside of the classroom as well. Mrs. Ship has been supporting by actually pushing in. August and September focused on self-control. We know with the littles, they're used to being at home with their siblings for the summer. So sometimes that self-control might not be at the forefront. And so that was our focus for August and September. So really on that kind of conflict resolution, we know we're going to make mistakes, but how we can control our own feelings. And then we have started our lunch bunch. So a few snaps. She does it by different grade level bands. We have had so many kiddos utilize this opportunity during lunch, and it's so wonderful to see them out there actually utilizing board games and playing together and having conversations together. So it has just been a really healthy environment for our kiddos, and being able to welcome our new students as well to the OPA family. They've integrated right in, and these opportunities is how they have been so successful. So we're very, very proud of our professors for laying that foundation for that social emotional learning in the classroom, and then the support from Mrs. Ship as well.
All right, raise your hand if you're ready for clubs, sir. All right, so September 30th is going to be the first day of clubs at the SV campus. We have 15 clubs, and as of 7:25 this evening, we have approximately 300 students signed up for after-school clubs. Clubs will meet Monday through Thursday, 3 o'clock to 3:30, and we have running club, book clubs, garden clubs, homework clubs, coding clubs, board game clubs. There's a gate club for the gifted students. There is a reading intervention club for our first graders. So it's a great opportunity. The kids are super excited. We had flyers out. They came through honor hall during the recess, grabbed the flyers, went home. Google form was sent home to the parents. Parents have signed their kids up, and we're looking forward to get clubs started after conferences.
And then last but not least, just some upcoming events for everybody to be aware of. I won't read through the whole entire list, but I know at the speaking of clubs, we have our Club Rush event tomorrow. And then just some wonderful things on the horizon with different jogathon events at the campuses. I know middle school also has some great things in there too.
Yeah, we just had our Club Rush yesterday and today, and our clubs are student led. The students create them, propose them, pitch them, have to get them proposed. And then they got to recruit students, and we have 18 different clubs starting almost every day of the week after school, almost every day of the week at lunch. And so our professors become a club advisor, and we haven't completely tallied all the number of students, but we had an incredible outreach in terms of the kids that are interested in clubs, and quite a wide variety of the clubs. So we're excited. So we'll have all those numbers for the next board update. But the kids are excited to get going, and it's neat to see so many kids leading that as a leadership experience. And that is all. If there's any questions, we'd be happy to.
Getting big.
Any questions? Perfect. All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Wonderful. All right. Next is our item B is the annual planning cycle presentation by Dr. Parker, Executive Director.
Well, good evening, esteemed Board of Education. This is just something that we proposed to our leadership team earlier in the year. I did want to talk to the fiscal department to make sure we implemented something which I call as leading the budget, making sure that we plan, prepare, propose, and then get things approved by the Board of Education prior to that budget cycle. this is really what it looks like for me. These quadrants are really representative of the 4 quadrants of the year. We know that our fiscal year doesn't start in January, it starts in July. So looking at bottom left-hand corner, so looking at hold on, where am I? Looking at the top right-hand corner or left-hand corner, July through September is really where it starts off after the fiscal year kicks off. We want to make sure that we go through an annual needs assessment and we ask our staff to voice their opinion on what's going around. We also look at students. We also look at parents to see what's going around the district or the organization. How do we want to grow and implement? Where do we want to adapt? And more importantly, what do we need? Or where do we think that there are things that we could get better with? And so we go from that goal setting needs assessment stage to that problem solving proposal stage. This is where our chancellors do a lot of the work here at different school sites to make sure those needs or those ideas actually start forming into, well, what if we did this and how could we do that? And so that proposal is really gathering the data and what we also want to look at as like the total cost of ownership for each item or each thing that we're going to be addressing. How much does it really cost? What does it really entail? Does curriculum need to be involved? Does technology need to be involved? Do all the other components of the organization need to be involved? And then what does that look like? So we really understand what it is that they're proposing and then what it would take to bring that thing to life. Then we go into that strategic planning or approval portion. This is really where the Board of Education comes into play, because January through March is where you as the Board of Directors, each director will look at some of these proposals and approve us moving forward with those. And when we do get approvals for the move forward, it really triggers us to look at fiscal, how do we implement that and include that into our budget that you will later approve in June. How do we make sure that we have all the curriculum pieces or technology pieces? If we have volunteers or if it affects different other parts of the organization, how do we bring that all together so that by you approving this, we know we can actually execute that. And then that goes into the final portion of the year, which we just came out of April through June. And that really looks at how do we roll it into the LCAP planning. We write it into those documents after it's been board approved. Then we write it into those documents. Then we write it into those budget proposals, which you will later approve again in a finalized stage in that June, the 2 board meetings in June, where you actually approve the budget and you approve the LCAP. And so having this cycle, it allows us all to be on the same page, and it gives us the planning and preparation time in the fall of the year, and then the strategic planning and implementation time in the spring of the year. And so I've been working with Katie and Dr. Kieran. Thank you so much for putting this together and bringing kind of this vision of leading the budget to life a little bit, but also by giving worksheets that are needed for our chancellors to really do that needs assessment with their staff so that everyone does truly have a voice. Whoever wants a voice can have a voice. And then we can go through a prioritization process to help us organize those needs or wants into a structure where the top 2 or top 3 can actually move forward to that proposal. So we try to make it a funnel into a more organizational strategic approach. People will know that whatever their thoughts and ideas are, it will get on the list and then prioritize in some categorical fashion so that we can actually move forward and get some of these things addressed without it impacting the fiscal budget. Anyway, that's just a brief presentation of the things that we are already starting on, and then we'll be working through the year. This is just a flow chart of how those things will get cycled through the proposal process. And again, that middle column of total cost of ownership is really, really important. And it's really important for all of us as an administrative team to think about all those components of a project before we commit to that. And then it goes all the way down to that approval process and then receiving the final approval. Any questions that's just an outlay of kind of our yearly section. Yes.
I don't have a question, but I just wanted to say, I really appreciate this, and specifically 2 things. That we have a transparent criteria and process that everyone's aware of in the decision-making of how we're utilizing funding. Because I always feel like without infinite resources, when we say yes to something, we're effectively saying no to something else. So for everyone to have understanding on how those decisions are made and be put through a similar process for the things that they are hoping to get, I think will really hopefully help everyone feel better about the decisions that are made and how things are, transpiring. And then the other part is that full cost of ownership. I know you know that's like near and dear to my heart because as someone who works a lot with grants where they're short-lived, it's so awesome. We were able to buy a printer, but then who's going to pay for the paper to use the printer for years to come and for the ink and the electricity to run it, right? So I love that we're really thinking of things holistically, so we can be more thoughtful and prepared, right, for all the wonderful things we want to do and be able to sustain them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Fricka, I have a comment and then a request. I think this is fantastic, great first step. I really appreciate it to acknowledge that this is the level of planning that we should have so that we don't have any surprises down the road. So I appreciate you doing that. Also, this notion of understanding what worked well, what didn't work well, so that we reflect on it. That's again fantastic. So thank you for doing that. The request, I have a couple of requests for you to consider. One, I would love to have that already this cycle. I'm advocating for the finance committee, but the others as you kind of progress along. One is the this notion of very clearly stating what the assumptions are, whether it's ADA assumptions or enrollment assumptions or funding sources or COLA increases, both on the revenue side and the cost side. The thing is that it's very hard for the average stakeholder to understand the budget because it's like multiple sheets of spreadsheets that we don't necessarily, like a casual observer won't be able to understand how things flow. So making sure that the assumptions upfront is very clear, I think that'll be super valuable. And we took a first step at it this phase, but because you're taking a much more rigorous approach, it'll be very, very valuable for us to have that. That's sort of number one. Also, I know we have to crawl, walk, run. So maybe this won't happen this cycle, but for the finance committee, it'll be super helpful to know when the finance committee gets to see this process, meaning I know you had those 4 quadrants. Are you anticipating having those discussions with finance committee, maybe starting in January, where you start exposing some of the thinking, or you really want to start doing it every month where you start showing so that there are no surprises down the road, right? So I have no sort of preferences right now, but I would encourage you to think about like, what is that calendar for finance committee going to look like? Because then once finance committee feels comfortable about it, then the board starts feeling comfortable about it as well. And then approvals and everything go smoother, and you're kind of bringing us along the way. So maybe that's like a longer term request, not this phase. Maybe this phase is, again, we're already in September, but the assumptions page, I would really make sure that you clarify for everybody, not just the finance committee, the board, but for the broader stakeholders, here's what we're basing the budget on.
Absolutely. And we will rope in some of these things, just to answer your question, into the finance committee as we go through the quadrants. So we will be using that committee as a sounding board and an area where we can also prioritize some of the needs that do surface before we bring them to the full board of directors. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you. This is wonderful to see. All right, next, maintaining a positive cash flow procedure. Michael, our Chief Business Officer.
Good evening, Board of Directors, members of the OPA community. Tonight, we're going to be talking a little bit about maintaining positive cash flow. One might ask, what is cash flow? In essence, think of it like your checking account, right? When we talk about budget's more of long-term planning and strategizing for anticipated revenues and expenditures throughout the year. Cash flow is just recognizing when we're receiving revenues or money into a bank account, when are we anticipating to pay them out, right? And at any time throughout the year, we cannot be at be negative, right? It doesn't matter if you're a charter school, if you're a public school district in the state of California, it is a statutory requirement that we have positive cash flow. And anytime we're doing any type of reporting, whether it be first interim, second interim, as you'll learn to understand what those are my next presentations, we can always present a cash flow for current year and succeeding year after that. Okay. Like I said, cash is different from budget. Cash flow is more in the short term, ensuring that we have sufficient funding within our accounts to pay our financial obligations. Budget is a tool for more longer term planning. And like I said, cash flow is generally occurring in a shorter period. So we talk about revenues within public charter schools as well as public K through 12 districts in the state of California. Two of the main buckets or lion's share of revenues that we receive is either local control funding formula, better known as LCFF. We know within the year what percentage of our total apportionment we are to receive by month, right? So when we're looking at cash flow, we're determining revenues. We know to great certainty when we're going to receive those funds, right? Alternatively, our lion's share of revenues for Oxford Preparatory Academy comes from in lieu property tax payment schedule. Okay. Similar to the local control funding formula, we also know by month the percentage of our total apportionment we are to receive through the year, right? So here's a cash flow forecast example, right? And here's a Southwest. So we know every month how much money we're going to be receiving based on those allocation formulas. We also know that anywhere from 85 to 95% of a local education agency's expenditures are in personnel because we are a service-based, should I say business? But what we do is through the forecast every month, we know exactly how much money we'll be paying out in terms of salaries and benefits. We break out based on historical averages what we pay in materials and supplies and contracted services. But we also know when, like I said, we're getting those revenues into our bank account. So by every month, our director of fiscal services, Ms. Palomino, and we always refer back to our cash flow forecast. We enter in our actuals. In some months where the amount of expenditures is greater than the revenues received during that month, we ensure to check our balance sheet and cash balances daily. In the case that we do not have enough cash or projecting to not have enough cash within our Commerce West bank account, what we do is we could transfer money from the Orange County Department of Education or County Treasury, of which we hold funding at every one of our schools. If we still don't have enough money to cover the shortfall cash in that situation, what we would do is we would call a finance committee meeting and request authorization to pull or to draw a loan out, a temporary loan to bridge that gap, of which then would be brought to the overall board for approval. Well, so that just wraps up the difference between cash flow and how we effectively manage our cash here at Oxford Preparatory Academy. Do you have any questions?
Quick question. Can you run your cash flow forecast through a stress testing exercise for 2020?
Yeah, certainly. So throughout the year, I'd like to imagine a train track, a circular train track, right? Through the year, the fiscal year, we're always changing our assumptions due to actual enrollment, actual attendance. We have different intervals that are statutory through the state, as in the first Wednesday of every October is Census Day for all districts and charter schools within the state of California, of which we would then know our unduplicated pupil count. Unduplicated pupils are students that are homeless, foster youth, socioeconomically disadvantaged, equals learners.
Incarcerated youth.
So we're always through the year reassessing our total revenues. At our first interim report, which will be in December, It'll be our actual expenditures through October 31st, 2024. We then will be taking actual data, plugging that into our cash flow, as well as projecting out, hey, maybe our enrollment isn't as high as we thought, or alternatively, maybe our assumption of a 97% attendance rate is actually 96%. How does that affect our revenues in the long term? So through the year, we have different statutory reporting requirements set by the state of California, or California Department of Education, which we're always revising and revisiting our cash flow, our budget, and where our standing is. And just as a reminder, our budget, right? So in the budget development process, we approve our budgets in June of 2024. Through the year, the budget's a living and breathing document. Sometimes we start the year off thinking we're going one way, but through the year, sometimes things just don't materialize to what we thought they were going to be, right? So, like I said, through the year, we're always stress testing, checking our assumptions, like Director Magoo had said. Those things are always changing from a macro level with the economy, funneling down to the state level, the changing of interest rates, how that affects the state's budgets, the Legislative Analyst's Office, their projections through the year for property tax, personal income tax, sales tax, corporate tax. We really keep our ear to the ground. We rely heavily on not only the County of Education, but different advocacy groups in Sacramento that focused in on K-12 funding and education.
Michael, I have again, I really appreciate you guys paying special attention to this. I know that this has been sort of like a discussion we've had several times, and you putting that down on paper, but also then explaining to the community of how you and Ms. Palomino are going to manage our cash. Very, very much appreciated. So thank you for that. One question, I was also looking at the maintaining cash flow document that was in the board portal, and just for clarification, I think the board has delegated the authority for you to draw from the line of credit to the finance committee. You've articulated that. What does it mean when you say retain approval from OPA board of directors? I think the process right now is that we notify the board, that we notify the full board, then that the finance committee has approved the line of credit transfer, but I don't know what it means when you say retain approval.
I think, yeah. So that's a great question, Director Kagoo. I think, in all transparency, there's only 2 members of the board that sit on that finance committee, and so what I'm trying to really bring forth is, we may get permission from the finance committee, but I think also I feel a lot better with having the full board also be in unison, also at the next meeting, be able to approve that as well. I think to be agile, I understand if it's been delegated strictly to the finance committee, but I think also to be brought to the full board for their approval for ratification also just signifies to the community as well as public, as well as other stakeholders within Oxford Preparatory Academy schools that this is a decision made by all. I don't think it's necessary. It may be redundant or a duplication of effort to bring it back forth in front of the rest of the board for ratification. But that's just my lens on.
Yeah. Sorry, I have no issues with that. I think I just need to know that that's the go for. I'm 100% supportive of it. I just want to I want to convert it in my head that the process is going to change to ratifying by the full board. I'm 100% supportive of it. Where the rub is that what happens if the board doesn't ratify? But I guess we could deal with that later. But when the board agreed to this process earlier, if we need to have a discussion on that, we can have a later point in time. But I'm supportive of having this as the revised process going forward, that finance committee, because it's hopefully we'll never get to this, right? Hopefully we'll be predicting cash flow upfront, but we know we've had instances where we had to draw on the line of credit in short notice. But then obviously all of us would prefer that we give like a month's notice saying, hey, next month we think we're going to have a potential cash flow issue because our revenues, our cash is not coming in from the county, but we still have to pay our bills, and therefore we want to draw on the line of credit. But we were only having this process for, as you said, for being agile and for emergencies. And then I think the process now we are suggesting, and I like that, is that we say then finance committee will approve it, and then the board can ratify it later. And if the board has concerns about it, we can always reverse the line of credit if there's a different way of doing it. So I'm good with that. I just wanted to confirm that that's the intent, and I'm good with that.
Well, if there are no further questions, I'll yield my time.
Anybody else? All right, thank you. All right, next, item D, enrollment presentation, Dr. Fricker.
I'm just going back and forth tonight. So just to give you an update on enrollment, I do know that this is a topic that is very near and dear to the budget. And so I just want to make sure that we kind of give you a summary of where we are at this point in the year. So what you're looking here is the SB elementary enrollment, and that is the start of the school year. And you can see that we have the projected enrollment versus the grade, which is our current enrollment. Projected meaning this is how many we can optimally have at our maximum, and then where we are currently. So we have put out offers, and those classes, grades TK through 5, are really at those optimal levels. If there is a situation, and I'll get this a little bit later, but that if someone leaves, then we go back and go through the process to fill it. If we look down at the Saddleback Valley virtual enrollment, and that's just for grades 2K through 5 again, we see that in some grades we have very few virtual kids, and in other grades we do have some higher interest level in the virtual program. These numbers have been higher since the start of school. So we've gradually added a couple students in the virtual program, which I'm happy to see. And we have those, staffed by a lower elementary teacher and an upper elementary and middle school teacher. Here we have the SOC seat-based enrollment. SOC does not have a virtual academy attached to it or a virtual program attached to it. So the SOC seat-based program, you'll see that most of the grade levels are riding at maximum capacity. Where we do have a little bit of a dip is in that 4th, 5th grade range. When students end up leaving or traversing out, we do try to backfill from the wait list. The one area in the budget from June that was noted was there was about 10 students, 12 students that weren't going to be filling that 5th grade optimal seat base. And so we've tried to look at other ways of sprinkling in siblings or other students in lower grades to offset some of the decrease from that 5th grade expected, a little bit lower expected enrollment projection there. 4th grade they are working on, and we are following the couple slides ahead. I'll tell you the process that we are going through to follow that. I'll go into middle school. Middle school in our seat-based program, middle school does have a virtual as well, but in the middle school seat-based, we see that there is a slight dip from our optimal, or the amount of students we are eligible to put inside classrooms, and the amount of students are actually there. It is a little bit lower than projected comparative to last year. We're looking at that data to see what our enrollment was that held all the way through the year last year and what it is this year, to see how off they are. And I will get the board those numbers in solid form here by the end of the week. We will also look at just historically how many students matriculate out at which grades, and to see if we can see any trends in that data, and look to see what we can do to kind of reverse some of those effects from the middle school. But that is an area that we're looking very closely at. In our virtual academy, we have, and then we are maintaining 4 students in that virtual academy in grade 6. We don't have it offered in 7 and 8. The filling process, we know that this was important to write down and make sure that everybody from the central office all the way down to school sites and registrars have a normal cadence of how we're going to be filling classes, especially when there are vacancies. And so we look at enrollment over the 3 schools every single week. We make sure that we review enrollment on a month-to-month basis to see if we see any trends or what months are more transient than other months to kind of get that historical data. And then we are providing the Board of Education on the first of the month, just an enrollment and attendance update in your Friday update, just to keep you informed along the way as well. We do continually to pull from our wait lists and make sure that we are backfilling any vacancies that come up throughout the year. Although as we get into the year, it's harder and harder for families to choose and opt out of a school system they're already in and opt in here, but some do, and they are excited to come into OPA, which is great. Even the post-lottery applications, those families get on wait lists and then we route them through a standardized system that's in conjunction with our charters. We do have an eye on the universal TK situation. And so we do know that there are certain age ranges that qualify students for TK, and we have students that are outside of that age range. When you do put in a program that's outside of the age range, we have to go to the more extreme measures that the state has outlined. And that would include maintaining a 10-to-1 adult and student ratio, and then also maintaining classrooms with no more than 20 TKers in total. So inside of the 4 walls, only 20 of those the younger age group can be in a classroom all at one time. And that's just because of the age that they are. So we here have allowed those younger ones to come in. So we do have to meet the education code 4800.15, and that is to maintain that 1 to 10 adult to student ratio. You can have up to 20 students. We accommodate that by having a classroom aide and or another credentialed staff member in the room so that we can maintain both the ratio and the number of students. This year we did have to make a slight adjustment for the SV campus. What we did was we clustered those younger students together, and then we clustered the older groups together to maintain the ratio. We did check with our auditors to make sure that this was an acceptable practice, and they came back, thank you. They came back and said that it was. So this is what we implemented. I mention it here just because we did have some family shift. And so whenever we do that with families, of course, it's uncomfortable and there's a little growing pain associated with that. So we do appreciate our families who did make that shift and allowance and worked with us and the school site administration. So Garrett and Adam did a great job working with families to do that. But I bring that to the board's attention because it always can have a little bit of a negative connotation. Again, we put in the universal TK program. We're expected to go down to universal TK by the 25-26 school year. We could have some, if the governor intervenes and delays it again, that could happen, but nothing has surfaced of that right now. So we are implementing, or the whole state would be implementing that all California-wide universal TK program by next year. We're kind of ahead of that curve. So we will make sure that the lottery communication for the TK age range is implemented and that all of the documentation is accurate when we go into the lottery system, which we are currently having lottery meetings. We have cured and correct, like moving forward, that we are going to follow our board policies and just the California Department of Ed designated age ranges, whatever they choose to be. So from this point forward, that I did want to just give you the total number of the universal TK program and the revenue that we are not funded for those students who are in the younger age range. So this would be the total global amount that we have afforded. We do understand that some of our younger families getting in and being those legacy students that OPA is proud of is optimal. But we did want to let the board know the full impact of that decision. So that would be $860,692.30. We do understand that the board did approve and made sure that they did right by our families. So I do want to acknowledge the board of directors for their leadership in that and give you credit where credit is due. And then as we move forward, again, As we will clarify the timelines of the lottery, we're going to standardize the practices and the processes associated with that lottery. If we can move up the lottery a little bit to alleviate some of the scheduling of the spring, a committee has been assembled to do that, and we will get back with the board as soon as we solidify those timelines. That's still in process with that committee work. But we do want to clarify the roles and responsibilities from the central office and to the school site as to who's filling and backfilling vacancies throughout the year, so that that is very clear, and make sure that all of the communication with the help of Dr. Kiermig is clarified, and that we mark it to enhance our enrollment endeavors through the spring. That is our goal, so that we can have optimal wait lists and then optimal enrollment for the following year.
So I have a couple, I can't see who's speaking, so I apologize if I'm interrupting. But a couple of things. One is when I look at page 2, 3, and 4, a really good job of sort of trying to catch up on enrollment, and looks like you guys have a really like a solid process on making sure that when parents take their kids out of school because they're leaving out of the state or out of the county, that we have a process in place to very quickly go to our waitlist. Parents, that sort of starts to show when you look at SV and SOC numbers. And also want to commend you guys on SOC, for example, where you see that it's about consistent for K1, 2, and 3, but then the 4th grade class was smaller, and I think you guys had already predicted that you need to add a class to catch the 3rd graders, so that's great. Thank you for all that long-term planning. I really appreciate it. The only clarification I want to do is on page 11, that $860,000. I just want to again reiterate what Dr. Fricker said, that the notion of the legacy kids joining early in TK, that was sort of a secondary consideration for us. Our primary consideration was the fact that our lottery policies, our lottery communications were such that we did not want to reverse that after, as staff and an organization, we've communicated to the parents. And so that's the reason why we decided to move forward, even though we would have lost funding from the state because of the changing rules. But Dr. Frick, I appreciate you confirming that moving forward, we've updated the communications for TK enrollment to be consistent with what the state now allows for funding. So I appreciate that.
So just one point of clarification for the TK date for next year. Kids, my understanding is, and I just want to make sure I understand this. So for the 25-26 school year, TKers that are available, what age range it'll be is they have to be 4 years old by September 1st. That will be the philosophy that aligns with the state?
That is the current philosophy that aligns with the state, unless the governor makes a different decision in January, which there's no indication he will.
Okay.
But that is the current philosophy, you're right.
Okay, I just want to state that because it's not all.
Right, it's not all.
It's not all. It's if you're a 4th grader, if your TKer has turned 4 by September 1st or September 1st in 2025.
Yes.
Then they will be eligible for TK.
Yes.
All right, just want to make sure I'm saying it.
Yes.
So
yeah, and basically we're going to go back to what the state mandates, and we're not going to have a separate, I mean, the OPA is not changing the policy, we're just adhering to what the state's policy is. I just want to make sure everyone understands that as well.
That's right.
okay. We have other.
One quick question, please. Is it mandatory that we offer a virtual academy?
It is not mandatory that we offer a virtual school or a virtual academy.
A sense of the fiscal impact, especially for those where there's one student.
So in the virtual academy that we have right now, we have teachers who teach a multitude of grades. We try to block them for the lower age range and then the upper age range. We have 2 teachers. But we will be doing just a fiscal impact study like we would normally do, like an audit on all of our educational programs. The virtual academy is one. I think Dr. Henry has already been scheduling or will schedule some meetings just to look at the virtual academy. What are we going to do? What are we not? Are we going to grow it? Are we not? Like, what is the recommendation that's going to come? And it should be coming probably around that November, December timeframe. Once we look at backwards and look at the staffing versus student ratios in those classes to see what would be fiscally prudent. So we will do that work in the fall, and then we will be bringing back our recommendation to the board at some later time, probably June.
And Member Daloon, and Dr. Fricker, Dr. Henry, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 2 teachers and our capacity is 40, so it's not like way out of whack in terms of student to. I believe it's only 2 teachers in the virtual academy, so it's not like completely out of whack if we fill up the capacity. So just so that to your point about fiscal impact, it's not like 100% out of whack, I guess. So
that's true. There's only 2 teachers, and those 40 would be our maximum that we would put in.
Member Smith?
Yeah, forgive me, because this is going to be repetitive, but because there is such a large fiscal impact, I just feel compelled to restate that the board moved forward allowing to enroll TK students that would not be funded by the state in the 24-25 year because the lottery had already been advertised, applications had already been received, and nobody wanted to, again, take back what the organization had offered families. At the time, the board had also learned that this practice was done without our knowledge in the 23-24 school year.
That is correct.
So I just want to make sure those facts were understood. And then again, I want to reinforce that if for some reason the governor does do something different and it's not as open, that we will not continue this practice in the next school year without having another discussion. That's prior to advertising to families.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I have a couple of other things. I think that this kind of I love seeing these dashboards. This is wonderful. I would love to make sure we're getting this on like a quarterly basis to kind of see, in higher ed, we count things after census, we count at different points in the year. And so I don't know if quarterly, if it's, we're here by semester, so if it's better to do once in the fall and once in the spring. But I'd like to make sure that we really start to have a better understanding of our enrollment, and then looking at what are the strategies that are going to be put in place to make sure that, we're hitting the right ratios, because to me, the ratios for OPA should be pretty standard. And so, but there's fluctuation in the different classes. And so I think as we move forward and tighten up how we grow as an organization and evolve, looking at those numbers, that would be extremely helpful. And then this is more just really just a clarification request is on the middle school virtual enrollment, then the colors are flip-flopped, so it's confusing to read.
Sorry.
So that's just that side note. And then do we need to put any other policies in place regarding our TK activity? I know we had to do some things with universal activities this year. Do we have to put any other policies? Will you be making a recommendation for that moving forward?
The only recommendation I would have at this point is just to follow whatever the CDE guidelines are or the governor's guidelines are on any sort of enrollment and or restricted, whether it be the virtual academy, whether it be UTK or any other staffing ratio, especially when it comes to the little ones, because they are so little and there is a big impact on staff who have to support those really young students. So I mean, that's the reason why those ratios exist. And so just making sure that everyone in our staff knows what those ratios are and really what we have to abide by, I think is the thing. It's not maybe adopting anything, but it's probably enforcing what's already there.
Okay. And then my last question is going back to the virtual is there's projections for certain grades and not others. And to me, no different than we were talking about just seat-based, like having it more, if we are going to invest in virtual, making sure there's like, a little bit more even keel on numbers for projections and also kind of where the kids land. So.
And just a side note on virtual is like looking at the total program that the students get. And so I know that Dr. Henry's working on how do they get their world language? How do they get their PE? Like, how do they get those things that all of the other OPA students do get, and making sure that they have universal access to really what's salient for OPA.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you.
Any other
And Dr. Fricker, clarification, I believe you stated in your presentation that you're going to send us enrollment stats on the first Friday of every month, which I actually would like, at least for the middle school. I would love to get a report every Friday. If it's too onerous to provide enrollment numbers for the other schools on a monthly basis, that's okay. From my perspective, it looks like Member Travis is okay with once a semester, but definitely for the middle school, we would love to keep that visibility that you're proposing in your presentation, which is once a month on the first Friday of every month.
Yeah, we'll definitely get that to the board in your Friday update, and then we can always bring it back to like a board meeting for global awareness, quarterly or whatever we decide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, next, moving to community input. Members of the public may comment on items that's on the agenda or non-agendized items. The speaker may not relinquish your time to another person. Is there any comments on agenda or non-agendized items?
President, no.
Thank you. Dalu. Items for action. The first item is approve a board committee resolution. There is two versions of this, but I believe we're gonna get a presentation on this. Okay, all right. The administration recommends the board approve either resolution 2 or 3 or neither. May I please have a motion? It's hard for us to do that because we don't even. Sorry, but. Make a motion. Okay,
Motion to what?
the either resolution 2, 3, or either. We have to make a motion so we can talk about it. Yeah,
Please, second. Motion to discuss.
motion to discuss, okay. All right, thank you. Oh, no.
I'm just giving a motion to discuss.
Well, that should be written.
Not, then this says motion to recommend.
Yeah,
I'll give you the perspective on exactly what you will be motioning and then approving based on what the entire board of directors feels about how you want to set up committees for the OPA board of directors. So we do have some options in setting up committees. The majority of the committees outlined from years past, which have met but then have not met, and we want to bring them back, are Academic Excellence Committee, Agenda Review Committee, which we currently have to set this agenda, Finance and Audit Committee, Governance Committee, and then Strategy and Development. So those are really the organizational vehicles where we provide or we gather guidance from select board members, no more than 2, in order to kind of go forward with the work that we present. Underneath the Academic Excellence Committee, we have 2 subcommittees, and that's the English Learner Advisory Committee and the Local Control Accountability Plan. So those kind of sit underneath that when Dr. Henry runs those. Academic excellence monitors student performance and establishes rigorous academic goals. It also envisions student learning and determines accountability measures. And these committees can, the information in these committees filter down to those other 2 subcommittees in terms of the byproduct of documents that the board of directors ends up approving in June. The Finance and Audit Committee includes the board treasurer, and that is in the bylaws, but it also provides oversight to income and expenses consistent with the board's long-term goals. It confirms fiscal policy or financial policy and procedures and reviews information regularly, including an annual fiscal audit. It also looks through the multi-year budget projections and long-term, short-term fiscal planning, and then assessment of risk. Governance is responsible for maintaining proper board composition and ensuring that the board of directors governs effectively. It drives comprehensive board self-assessment processes and it fosters the development of new and existing board members. This committee manages board member recruitment, nominations, and for candidacy, and then develops board member norms, board training, and then updates the bylaws. Strategy and Development Committee is responsible for partnering with school leaders to review and propose change for school long-term strategy and the long-term development plans. It encompasses high-level organizational planning, mission, vision, long-term objectives, overall organization for the overall goals for the organization. And then the development focuses on organization-wide external resources, allocation, fundraising, partnerships, and then different types of philanthropy. So The agenda review or board agenda review is responsible for preparing the board's agenda. It also helps determine the needs that are presented to the board of directors to generate collective insight and understanding for all stakeholders. It determines the order of the agendized items and ensures adequate oversight by the board of directors. So just to note that when we decide what the committees will do, another thing that the governance committee will be tasked with is taking all of the OPA documents and making sure that we align them, whether that's our charters or our bylaws or any other salient document, to make sure that the language is consistent. Because there is some variance in those documents currently. So here's where the board gets to make decision. There's one resolution that is presented to you tonight for consideration, and this is the board delegation of power committees. So what happens is the board members are really the members that are running the committee. They attend, they lead the meeting, they make the agenda, and they report out on progress at regularly scheduled board meetings. These committees do have to adhere to the Brown Act with posting the agenda, the minutes and the recordings of the meetings. And by having such a power committee, the board is actually passing along the full authority of the board to the two members who sit on the committee. So they could make decisions on behalf of the board because they do operate within the full authority of the board. That's resolution. That's one resolution that you have to take consideration this evening. Board advisory committees, these are also outlined in your bylaws. Board members do run and operate the meetings and attend the meetings. Administration, we are also assigned to committees. We attend, we help you develop the agendas, and we report on progress. These, because they are standing meetings that are sanctioned by the board, they are derived by the board. They are also subject to the Brown Act. The same thing is true with the posting of the minutes and the agenda and the recordings of the meeting. Board authority is not solely given to the two members who sit on this committee. They serve as advisory. So they advise the committee in conducting work, and then they report back to the board, but they don't have full authority to make decision on behalf of the board. So they also have to be approved by resolution, and you have the example of that resolution, resolution for you to consider tonight. The last type of committee that the board can move forward with is an executive director advisory committee. These are things that come underneath my office or designated to my office. They are the same committees that we have, and you have the same oversight power for the committees, except they do not have to adhere to the Brown Act rules and regulations. These are not like sanctioned by the board and adopted at a formal board meeting. You defer authority to myself to schedule the meeting, attend the meeting, lead the meeting. I work with you to get the agenda items on the meeting, but then we and a team of us do work to make sure that we put forward any one of those items and do all the work behind the items to move forward. The recommendation or recommended action is that you do not need a resolution at all if this is the type of committee that you are wanting to see happen. But two members are assigned to this committee. You can make recommendations, you can guide, you can advise the team, and then anything that is decided or any initiative that comes from those meetings then come back to the full board at a formal board meeting for presentation and approval by the entire board. So I got all of this advice from Jerry, our legal counsel at YMC, and so these are the three types of committees. He actually had another legal assistant or legal counsel work with him to make sure that he was advising us correctly about the utilization of the Brown Act and the non-utilization of the Brown. Okay, so committee meeting schedules, they can be monthly, every other month, or quarterly. Some committees, like the finance committee, should meet probably on a monthly basis, given a couple months where we have holidays or breaks that doesn't make sense to meet, but typically every month. Whereas the other committees may not need to meet that frequent. If the board decides to have a resolution to have either a power committee and or an advisory committee, then we will come up with formal dates. If the executive director initiates the committee work with board members, two board members assigned to those committees, then we will publish the committee dates from my office. It just depends on the vehicle with which those dates are published. And so it's really up to the board, which is very hard to write a motion for you, to consider when you really need the presentation to understand exactly what it is that you are wanting for a committee. You can open it up for discussion for the board. If you have any questions for me to clarify, I will be happy.
Does it depend on the committee? Can one be one way, one be?
One can be one way or one can be another way. So if you say we want this committee to have this resolution, you have the motion that way, and these committees have the executive director or any other combination, you just have to make the motion as to which committees do you want into what category.
And I also got some point of clarification. So, we had a strategy and development committee, and in these resolutions, it takes, there's no strategic planning committee.
Oh,
So, I just want a point of clarification on that would be even changing a committee's charge moving forward from what it has been. If the resolution is going to go forward as.
okay.
Any other?
I would use the same names
Okay.
if you,
The agenda prep committee automatically has to be delegated committee since it decides on what's gonna be on the agenda.
It's always been 2 members of the board, and we've rotated it, and we've done it different ways over the years. Where we try to at least have 2 members to weigh in on what should be on the committee, what should be on the meeting, but it's never been any. Delegated.
it does determine some items that go on the agenda, but any board member could say, I wish this item to be on the agenda, so you do have full member authority to request an item to be agendized, either at an open meeting and or by contacting the president. So, even though there's 2 members of the board on it, the rest of the board can advise as to what actually gets on the agenda.
And there's not actually a resolution in here for the executive director advice committee.
Because we don't need one for the, you don't need a board resolution because a board, you're just giving me the authority to put the committees in play and to bring them back to life. So it does not require a board action to do that. Or did it?
So I like where Betsy's going, where we say we can treat these things differently, and I'll perhaps advocate for the Finance and Audit Committee not to be an executive director committee, but a board committee, because and we should probably consider governance committee as well, only because I think at least in the interim, we probably need to make sure that we meet regularly. It's all transparent and like. Dr. Frigga, for context, I think maybe 3 years back, we considered switching out to an executive director committee, but I think it fizzled out a little bit. And so I think we should evaluate that, but definitely for Finance and Audit Committee, I would say it needs to be a board committee. And right now we don't violate Brown Act. We post the agenda, public are invited to attend it. But it's up to the board to decide whether that's a delegated committee or an advisory committee, right? I think maybe that's the point, Michael, that you were making in your presentation. I understand. I understand now the trepidation that you had. So that's a good discussion point to have, but I would advocate for at least the Finance and Audit Committee to be a board committee, and then let's debate on whether it's a delegated authority or is it just an advisory committee?
I would, personally, I would support making it a delegated committee, at least to some extent, and we can, figure out what the scope of that extent is harder. But for example, when we looked at some of the items to be presented to the board, like checklists and things like that, it seems to me that as the kind of report that would be kind of primed for review by it, which we more often is doing.
Which we do. I completely agree. Amy, do you have any thoughts about the academic excellence since you've been the one leading that for so long, like on which committee it should structure?
Yeah, executive director. I don't think it needs the structure of the board committee for what we've been doing today. And I know we'll have opportunity, like if this needs to be revisited to change, right? But for now, I think it would be fine to be executive director.
And
I'm struggling around the governance
yeah, I am too.
because I lean towards it being remaining a board committee. However, I think we then have to think through, we had previously discussed that committee handling like the executive director evaluation processes, which could not be done or delegated or done in open sessions. So we maybe just have to take that task off that committee's to-do list if we want it to be a board committee, potentially.
And you could just task that to one of your members, like, so the president or vice president, you know. You work on that, those documents or that process, independent of it.
Well, and that was my other question, is this doesn't cover anything around like ad hoc committees or things of that nature. And so I think that's the other thing is like, I think of like when we did their executive director search, we delegated that authority to two members to like start the process, you know. So, but that's not covered in this.
And those wouldn't be like standing long-term committees of the board. It's usually for a short duration to accomplish whatever your task is, and then those tend to dissolve.
Maybe unlike the finance and audit committee, governance committee, since it's I mean, that's really going to take some big picture action on the bottom on the board governance itself. And
Yeah.
stuff like that. Seems to me that as a board committee, perhaps it should be advisory without necessarily delegated authority.
Okay. Yeah, because we'd want to bring whatever recommendations to the full board.
I can think
For
of
them,
much that the
yeah.
committee would just retain to itself.
Yeah,
But
I would agree with you, Michael, on that. We would want, because it would affect the entire board, it should be more advise and then bring to the full board. Or whatever it
But
is.
is it a problem that the administrator runs those meetings?
That was my.
run or
Leads the administrative. Like we go through the agenda. We just like lead the meeting through the agendized items or the agenda. And talk. I agree, it should come back. But leading doesn't make decisions on behalf of the board job at all. We don't do that. I'm fine with it being-
Which is sort of how the governance committee's been functioning, right? I think we delegate the authority to go do the analysis, but the committee has never sort of done the decisioning. So I think that seems to make sense.
that sounds good.
Sorry, can we go back to finance real quick? The delegation versus advisory, will that open up any more choices to be made that we haven't currently delegated specifically through that committee? Because then I might not love that option.
What do you mean open up more?
So my understanding is that currently we, like the board will- in a board meeting, we'll delegate and say through the finance committee, you can do X, Y, and Z. We haven't generally just said we delegate power for two board members in that committee to make decisions about anything finance related. I'm asking if this will make the latter happen. Then do we need to discuss that further? Because
That would make the latter happen. So the two members of the finance committee could say, we give you authority to do,
To draw funds from a bridging loan from the line of credit.
Yeah.
Which is what I talked about. So in that instance, if you were to give them the authority in that
they
finance,
tell you to do it,
yeah,
and it would be done.
Mhm.
It doesn't mean it doesn't have to come back, like as Michael says, like as a ratification, so the whole board's aware. But two members could tell us, this is what you're to do and you do it, and we do it.
But we can put limits on that, right, through the committee charter, where we can say the committee is delegate the authority to do ABC, things that we're comfortable with as a full board. Other authorities are not granted, and they can review, advise, etc., and go back to the board. So in my experience, you can pretty much, pick and choose what you delegate. So, I think I'm a part of it.
I don't know if I don't know that, I don't have the authority to tell you. We'd probably have to go back and ask Jerry to pick and choose. All it says is that you, the board, delegate full authority to the board to the two members. So the two members.
Full scope, it's scope. I think what Michael's talking about, it's scope, right? And so to me, if it's in alignment with what's inside their committee charge that we're delegating authority to do, then that would be the limitations of it. Not, because like, for example, we want them to do all the things they have been doing.
Yeah.
But we don't want them to have carte blanche. I mean, as we still have as a board, we are the ones responsible fiscally. And so we have to make sure that, there is only within that scope of what that chart should be.
And I would say that scope hasn't been built out. So if you want to build that out, we can do that. So the current fiscal committee really runs as an advisory where, yes, they say, yes, you can do this, you can do that. So we have full authority to do it. We do have full authority to act fiscally solvently in our jobs. But so even if they look at the check register or the cash flow, we still bring the check register, we still bring the credit card register back here and the full board approves it. It's not like they're approving it and then we don't have to bring it back here. We do bring it back here. So it does run like a board sanctioned advisory. It's under the
So-
Brown Act.
So
We
then
publish everything.
To me, it sounds like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'd need to hear them. What are the problems with the way it's running? Because I agree, it sounds like it's been an advisory committee that we give some ad hoc delegation of power when, like, the moving the money that we discussed earlier.
Right.
Is there a problem with that continuing to function that way?
No, you just have to decide what committee is what. We don't really have like a memorandum on file of the board designating these officially. And in your bylaws, it says if you do want to have either a full power committee or an advisory committee sanctioned by the board, you do have to have memorandum, which is why I included both memorandums just in case you wanted either one. But you can
Yeah, I
have
think
a combination of any three types of committees based on the committee's list.
And Amy, on the finance and audit committee, I won't be in this committee for much longer, but I'm advocating for this committee because if we choose to say that only the board can make decisions, we need to up our game in terms of cash management, meaning that we have to be predicting a month in advance. And we need to be having a cash buffer, which is fine. I think we should do that. But right now, we don't plan for a cash buffer for a month of expenses, for example. We have that in SOC, we have that in SV, we don't have that in middle school, not always. And so if we choose to go down that path and say, you know what, it's an advisory committee, but really if we have to draw, for example, on the line of credit, then we really need to wait for the board meeting, then either we'd have to say, what happened the last year where we inadvertently borrowed from the other school and paid it back right away, or we'd have to start planning for at least a month of buffer, but more so that if a board meeting gets pushed, for example, then you can't draw on the line of credit. I mean, that's what I would caution you against. And so if we can go with the advisory committee, as long as you say, here are the specific areas where you can make a decision, we can reverse it, but you can make a decision, that's fine too. And I think we can build that list as we go along. But right now I can tell you that the line of credit is like one that we have to be nimble about because we're not set up to have a cash buffer.
I mean, so I kind of go back to, I'd love to establish scope for these because I think even if we go advisory or delegated, I think there needs to be scope because, and this is part of what the governance committee needs to address.
We can't get there.
I know, we can get there, I know. But I do think there's a scope piece of this. So I don't know if this is something that we need to kind of think about if we want to make an action tonight.
Well, we could also change our mind, right? Like,
Yeah.
as we further define the scope of those committees, we might say, hey, wait a minute, it actually makes sense to shift it back to
Mhm.
another category.
Mhm.
That would be better.
And honestly, I'd almost defer to different committee members to kind of think about what would make the most sense for their committees to function, and is the scope correct for those committees to function to support the efforts of the board and OPA. That's just my recommendation. I don't know if there's other thoughts or any other suggested process or protocol.
Well, just personally, I'm only one vote. I was comfortable with some of the direction we're going on. Others, we haven't talked through them all yet. So I don't know if we could decide some tonight and then just pause on the ones that need a little more scope definition, because I'm definitely not prepared to vote to give the delegation of power without seeing a scope of work for the committee. But otherwise, like, I still stand by, I'm comfortable with executive director advisory for academic, board advisory for governance. And then we didn't get to the others yet. But anyway, I'd be okay with doing some and not others.
I think the two big ones that are concerned is finance and governance. The other three, it can be made a case for them being executive meetings. And really, maybe we hold off on the two big ones until scope is brought forward or built.
Is that the consensus?
This committee exists.
Finance does, governance does not.
That has us.
We do. We have a governance committee. We just haven't met or convened. We have 2 members.
You have assigned members. We don't have a resolution if it's gonna be board sanctioned, because if it does, then we have to adhere to the Brown Act and post and do all of that. So we don't want to miss that stuff. The finance committee does work as an advisory board sanctioned committee where it does adhere to the Brown Act.
Just keep it as such until we change the charter.
Well, governance doesn't have a direction, so governance needs to have a direction. Or we
So,
can pause
I
on that.
thought we're landing on advisory. Okay, I don't think it was anything.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna keep audit as advisory for now.
So finance and governance is advisory.
Well, I mean, when we say it's functioning as an advisory committee, I don't know what that means, because I don't want to suddenly now be in a position where staff tells us that we can't draw on the line of credit because we have to wait for the board meeting. But then we've been making that decision right now. So so it doesn't matter to me what I'm very confused about this delegated authority, because I don't think as a board we can give authority to anybody anyways. So I thought this is more of a make the decision and then we'll report out to the board. So I'm confused about that. But if you're saying keep finance committee as it is, then if we switch to advisory, I'm looking at staff right now. Would we then be in a position where if you have to draw on the line of credit, we have to wait for a board meeting?
Michael and I have full authority to, before the line of credit was only in a board member's name, but now it is not. So we've
No, but
restructured
then
that.
now you're switching authority from finance committee to you and Michael to draw on the line of credit. You understand what I mean?
We do have authority per signature, per board approval to draw on that line of credit should we need to. So we don't need to wait for a board decision to draw on the line of credit is what I'm saying. Like the board meetings will not prohibit us from financially being solvent and drawing on that line of credit. The board has sanctioned to us by signature that if we need to, we can draw on that.
No, but that's a bank requirement, but the board has specifically said that you have to follow the process of getting approval from finance committee. I don't know if it's documented correctly, but that was a process that Michael just spoke about, right? So now we're going even further by saying, no, we can draw on the line of credit. We don't even need finance committee's approval. And I don't know if we want to go that extreme.
I didn't say we don't need, to run it by finance committee. We'd absolutely would. And if we had to convene a finance committee in order to do something to maintain cash flow, we would absolutely do that. But what I'm saying is we don't have to wait for the full board to convene to authorize that transaction. Because my interpretation of your question was, would that prohibit us from doing something we needed to do because we're waiting for the full board authority? The structures are already there for us to do what we need to do. Yes, we'll run it through the finance committee, or we'll call a finance committee meeting should we need one. But we don't need to call a full board meeting to draw from that one.
Yeah, that's sort of counterintuitive to me. Because you're saying you can't, if an advisory committee, the board can't delegate that authority to the finance committee cannot decide. But then you're saying that if finance committee says, yeah, go ahead, withdraw the money, you will withdraw the money. Is that how I'm understanding it to be?
So I'm just gonna run the scenario. Should we need to, because of cash flow, draw on the line of credit? Michael and I would have a conversation. We would convene or schedule a meeting with the finance committee. We will let you know what's going on. We will let you know our situation, and we will let you know what we need. That will be discussed at the finance committee. In that finance committee, you'll render an opinion. Yes, you can do it. No, you can't. Right? And then that will be the determining factor as to what we end up doing. What we end up doing ends up coming back to the full board for approval. And so that will all be disclosed to the full board, and the full board can take action, but we can do a transfer from the line of credit without getting a full board meeting.
But then aren't we essentially then delegating that authority to the finance committee to draw on the line of credit?
Well, you're delegating the authority to do it actually to Michael and I by the authorization of signature. So you authorize us to make checks all the time and to pay people all the time and to, pay invoices. They all come to the board, right, for final authority, but we do have the authority to, by designation of the board, to act on the best interest of OPA. We do have these committees, and of course, before we feel comfortable acting in any direction, we will convene whatever that committee is, in this case, the finance committee, and discuss it with the two members, the treasurer and whomever is assigned to that finance committee to run through anything that we need to do or feel we need to do on behalf of OPA.
I also think that this is part of our fiscal policy that needs to be addressed, and when the finance committee needs to be consulted or approved or delegated authority, like there's a piece of this that goes even further into our policies that have to be defined.
Yeah, I mean, like my advice to my board mates is that do not in haste. I think we have to keep. If there's one thing we are responsible for, is the fiscal side.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There is nobody else doing oversight of fiscal than us. And so I think that, and so I'm sorry.
Amy was just commenting on your comment.
Yeah. No, I was saying that I think that the thing is that I just don't want us to get to a place where we say, oh, no, everybody in the organization is doing what's right for the organization. We should trust them. Then none of us needs to be on a board, right? So I think that I would be very careful. I mean, it seems like we're functioning a certain way. It seems to be going well, but by drawing this very clear definition, I don't want to move some of these big decisions to the wrong place, whether it's to the full board, because then that will require us to wait every month, or convene the entire board and agendize, or to staff, because these are decisions too big that, yes, Dr. Fricker, you and Michael may say, yes, I'm going to consult the finance committee all the time. But then somebody down the road may come and say, oh, the bylaws are saying I can draw on the line of credit, so I'm going to draw on the line of credit. I don't need any board oversight for it. I can notify them later, right? So that's the thing that I'm struggling with. So maybe we need to have maybe I can think about it more as well. But what I'm trying to say is, like, just make sure that the fiscal oversight we solve Because there's still, I mean, you guys have now come and you're continuing to put more and more processes in place. But we can't afford to give away the oversight piece from the board, because it doesn't matter whether we have processes or not. They need to be followed. We need to have training for it and so on. So that oversight still needs to remain. And how do we keep nimble as well, right? I mean, that's the whole point of saying we trust these two board members to go make the decisions, but it's literally a matter of 3 weeks. I mean, except of course, if I tell you, Kim, to write me a check, I take the money and run away, right? I mean, like other than that, anything is reversible. So that's the thing that I was suggesting, but yeah, we can move on to other committees and we can decide what to do after that.
So could I propose for the Finance and Audit Committee specifically, unless there's a problem that we need to solve tonight with making this decision, to table that one, let that committee talk
And define scope.
and define, yeah, what maybe as a group you all think it should look like, and then bring that one back. Okay. Does that work, Paul? Or is there something that,
That's fine. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I don't know how we as a finance committee will decide. It needs to be a board discussion, but yeah, sure, we can come back with a proposal. But then you guys have to decide. It's like, I don't know where Betsy stands because she's the other finance committee member, but yeah, we could come back with a proposal for next board meeting, no problem.
Okay. So, table to define scope. Okay. That could help make the recommendation. And so in the interim, our finance committee will continue to operate as is. Okay. Okay, so see if I've got this now. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna go ahead and recommend, and let's see if I've captured everybody's thought. It is recommended that the board approve the following items, to have the following recommendation. Or do you want to talk about more?
we didn't even talk about them. So
Oh, okay,
are
sorry,
you
sorry.
gonna propose to table the others we had talked about?
No, well, okay, sorry, go ahead. We can talk about the other ones, but I'm sorry. I'm
I
jumping
just want to
again.
make sure
No,
that,
no,
yeah,
go
I
ahead.
didn't know if I missed.
No, go ahead.
Because we didn't.
Strategy and development.
Yeah.
Go ahead and talk about strategy and development. I'm fine with it being advisory. It really is a partnership. That's just where I sit with it.
Which advisory board or executive director?
Executive director.
Agreed.
Because it really has to be a partnership with the executive director and the board,
Mhm.
the committee members kind of help. And then they would be making recommendations that the executive director would bring forward to the full board.
So you don't need to do anything if that's the consensus.
Any concern around that one? Okay. And then agenda prep. You participated in it?
One time.
Paul, you participated. Do you have thoughts around this
No,
one?
I-
You
Yeah, I think
participated.
that's in my mind, that's an ED committee.
I agree.
So I think we should, yeah, keep it at that.
Okay. So. All right. Any more discussion around committees? Okay. All right, then let me try to capture this. Strategy and development. So it is not just strategic planning, strategy and development. Academic excellence and agenda PEP are all executive director advisory committees. Governance will, the governance committee it is recommended that the board approve the governance committee to be a advisory committee, which is resolution 2024-02. It is also recommended that the board tables the finance committee to define scope until the next meeting. And they continue to operate as is. Okay, so that is my motion. Can I get a first and a second? Okay, I've got a 1. Can I get a 2?
So we had a motion on the table and now we're saying we're amending it.
Yes, exactly.
I'm just
So I need a
making
first
clear.
and a
Yeah,
second.
a second.
Okay, so now. All right, so roll call vote. Me. Member Delin. Okay. Member Fryler.
Aye.
Member Kagoo. Member Smith.
Aye.
And member Chop says aye. Okay, all right, finance committee, you have some work to do. All right, next, approve fiscal year 2023-2024 unaudited actuals. And it's the Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School, Oxford Preparatory Academy South Back Valley, and Oxford Preparatory Academy South Orange County. And for this, I believe we have a presentation, but before we do, let me please have a motion. Oh, it's recommended that the board approves for discussion item B 1 through 3. Can I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, second. Can I get a second?
A second.
Okay. All right, now discussion.
Good evening, Board of Directors, members of the OPA community. Waiting for my presentation. Okay. All right. Okay. So we're going to tonight, by law, statutorily in the state of California, after our year rounds out, the board of directors must approve our unaudited actuals. So here's our overview for what we're going to be talking about tonight. First, we're going to talk about the budget cycle timeline, where we are currently. We're going to define for the public and members of the community, as well as for our board of directors, what are unaudited actuals. We're going to compare where we were at second interim, which was March of 2024, to where we ended up in unaudited actuals and our ending fund balances. After that, we'll round it out with the next steps. So in a budget cycle, I always like to bring this analogy is we're always on a circular train track, right? In June of 2023 last year, you guys, or not this entire board, but members of the board adopted the budget for fiscal year 23-24. Moving through the year, we always stop at first interim, which is our first stop in fiscal reporting. The first interval, like I had spoke about earlier, being actuals through October 31st of that year. Moving forward, there's the second interim report, which that means that that's the actual expenditures through January 31st of that year. And then we end up at unaudited actuals of September of this current year, right? Moving after this, the next step would be the audit report, of which we're currently doing. Okay, just remember, we're always on the same track. It doesn't matter what fiscal year, you will always see an adopted budget. You will always see a first interim. You will always see a second interim. And we will round out with unaudited actuals and then come back to you with our audited financials, right? So what are unaudited actuals? So just so the public is aware, we are not our year is not a calendar year. It is a fiscal year. It starts of July of every year of the current year and moves through June of the successive year. Per ed code, boards must they're required to approve our unaudited actuals by September 15th, 2024. However, it is not uncommon for some board meetings to be after the fact. We worked diligently with our oversight agencies to ensure that we get them all the materials in time. In my previous districts, there were times where we had to pass the statutory deadline, but we always ensure that with our oversight agencies that we're compliant with them and getting them all the materials necessary for our unaudited actions. After that, external auditors will be looking through our financial records, pulling specific data for samples, ensuring that we're in compliance, with different state and federal funds. After that, the audit report will be filed to the state by December 15th of 2024. It's the statutory date of every year. After that, we'll get the audited financial report and it'll go before the board for approval. I wrote in December 2024, but sometimes it happens in January 2025. Okay. First school we're gonna be talking about is OPA Middle School. So from second interim, so that's projection we had in March of 2024 through the end of the year, right? So we're taking a snapshot in time in March, projecting where we were going to be at the end of fiscal year 23-24. As revenues came in, they were $62,000 lower than our projection at that time, mainly due to state revenues. I was not aware of this, but Ms. Palomino and I were come to be aware that first year charter schools that are in its first year of operation do not receive state lottery funds. The good news is expenditures did not materialize to the full extent of what was budgeted, and expenditures were $186,000 lower than the second interim projection. Main reasons for those savings were due to the hiring of chancellor, a dean, salary placements, and subsidy costs. Sometimes when we're developing a budget, and that happens in the spring and summer of a given year, we expect to hire a teacher at a certain salary schedule, right? With years of experience, and if they have a master's degree and or a fee. Sometimes we overestimate what that position might be. Then when we hire the position, they're at a lower salary rate, right? So just by salary placements, we find some savings there. There were savings in materials and supplies. There were lower costs to nutrition services. We did, however, see increased costs in contracted services, legal fees. NPS stands for non-public school placements, as they pertain to special education. We also did see a $6,000 increase in capital expenditures. HVAC stands for heating, ventilation, air conditioning, computer lab, and as well as asphalt. So let's look at the revenues over expenditures and the change in our ending fund balance and or retained earnings. So from revenues, we saw about $6.3 million come in. Total expenditures going out were about $6.3 million. We did end out better than we had expected. We did see a $45,000 surplus. So the change in our ending fund balance and or retained earnings. We did start off the fiscal year with a negative beginning fund balance. That was due to fiscal year 22-23. OPA Middle School had incurred cost in terms of salaries as we started to develop and build out the middle school. Our second interim projection was almost a $78,000 deficit. But I'm glad to say that we did end the year with a surplus. We are building out, hopefully in the next in our multi-year projections and at our first interim, trying to build on this success we've had in surplus to build healthy, abundant fund balances like we have at our other two school sites. But overall, better results than expected. Next up, we're going to talk about Saddleback Valley, second interim unaudited actuals. Revenues were $566,000 greater than the second interim projection. Most of that came from state revenues. We had the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. We utilized a lot of that funding to offset costs for our intervention teachers, as well as utilizing some of the losses we were experiencing in our food delivery, nutrition services, kitchen infrastructure training grant funds. So things that we've done to improve our kitchens. Other things to note that our expenditures were $203,000 lower than that March projection. Most of the savings came through salaries and benefits, salary placements, like I spoke about earlier. IA stands for instructional assistant, the positions that aren't filled, and summer work. Sometimes we project out summer work to be at a certain dollar amount, but sometimes we don't fulfill all of, don't materialize all those costs, right? We did see an increase in materials and supplies due to the expanding learning opportunity program. So those funds, when received, we have a 2-year span to spend those funds. Otherwise, the funding that we've received in fiscal year 21-22 would have gone back to the state. I know that Dr. Henry, as well as Ms. Palomino, worked diligently to ensure that we got those funds to those after-school programs that were spoken about earlier, to ensure that they got the material supplies they needed, and we didn't have to give the money back to the state. And so we had made great use of that funding, right? Other savings that we've recognized are contracted service, again, with legal fees and part of NPS or non-public schools. And we did see an increase from our second interim projection on capital expenditures on HVAC or HVAC, which is in my prior presentations about facilities, something that we're always continuously fighting, right? So like the middle school, we were going to talk about any fund balances as well as retained or retained earnings. For the year, we had about $7.5 million in revenues, about $7 million in expenditures, with a total or excess of revenues over expenditures of $475,000. Got a healthy surplus. The second interim projection was a deficit of almost $294,000. Just the way things have materialized or don't materialize in expenditures or recognizing greater revenues. This has been to Saddleback Valley's elementary school, their benefit. Last but not least, we're going to talk about South Orange County. Overall, from second interim to unaudited actuals, revenues were $519,000 greater than the second interim projection. Most of that, again, came from the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, Kitchen Infrastructure Training Funds, Expanded Learning Opportunity Program funds, as well as state lottery funds. Expenditures were $255,000 lower. Again, salary placements, substitute pay, as well as unfilled instructional assistant positions. We did have, similar to Saddleback SV, we did have an increase in materials and supplies due to the expending of the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, funding that we had received in 21-22 that had a 2-year grant cycle, ensuring that we spent that funding before it was returned back to the state. We did have some savings in contracted service, again, legal fees, building repairs, and utilities. And again, had an increase in capital expenditures. We capitalized on stone sheds. Moving forward, revenues over expenditures, we did have a great surplus at SOC, $9.4 million in total revenue, $8.7 million in expenditures out, leaving us with a surplus of $718,000. Our beginning fund balance was about $6.8 million. Any fund balance for June 30, 2024 was $7.5 million. Okay, so one might ask, what are the next steps, right? Going back to my second slide on the budget timeline, the train that we're on, the next presentation I'll be giving to the board and to the community will be our first interim report on December 12th, 2024. That'll be our actual expenditures through October 31st of fiscal year 24-25. There we will talk about actual enrollment. How does that affect our budget moving forward? Just so you guys are aware and the public's aware, I had spoken about this earlier, but the census day for all K through 12 local education agencies is the first Wednesday of every October. It'll be the cutoff date for the state to say, hey, how many students do you have enrolled at your school sites? How many duplicated pupils do you have? And it'll be kind of a litmus test to see where we are. We're going to look at our actual staffing, right? Where do we end up? Where are we in our staffing? We're going to look at our attendance rates, right? Because we know that our revenues are based not on enrollment, but on actual attendance, right? In our projections, we had a 97% attendance rate. We're going to stress test and ensure that where are we at? Are we falling behind on that projection? Are we not being conservative enough in our projections for revenue moving forward? We'll make sure to leave no stone unturned as it pertains to projecting those revenues out and our expenditures. Additionally, the Prop 39 deadline is November 1st, 2024. I'm currently working diligently with other members of our administration and staff to ensure that we're in compliance with what we're going to be submitting. And again, another thing that I want to make make note to the board as well as the public is the governor's January proposal. So when we think about the governor and the state and their train track of where they are in budget development, right? Come January, Governor Newsom will be working with the Legislative Analyst Office as well as the Budget Development Office to determine where are they coming, where are property taxes, personal income taxes, sales tax, corporate tax, how are they falling in line with their projections, right? When it comes down to it, the global economy affects the stock market. The stock market affects, state revenues, taxes. From there, it affects us locally on how much we're going to be getting for the upcoming year. I'll go more into detail on the governor's January proposal. After that will come the May revision, and then we'll use that information to build our budgets moving forward and initially start planning for fiscal year 25-26, right? Like I said, the budget, unaudited actuals are set in stone. They're in the past. But budgets moving forward are living and breathing documents, and we're always utilizing the best information that we can to change our assumptions and make sure that they're in alignment with what's going on in the state. Thank you. Do you have questions?
I have a comment. I think just in terms of sort of the like a summary view, Michael, tell me if I have this correct, but middle school generally, like last year, the budget was relatively balanced. I think we projected a negative operating income. We have like a slightly positive operating income, but I think we're sort of well balanced. That's good. You guys are going to refine the budget. That's excellent. And then for the SV, I think we were projecting a negative operating income for SV, but certainly we have a pretty good buffer of positive. But I think we got that learning grant that I assume is a one-time grant, right? And so like if we hadn't gotten that, the 453,000, then we would have been like closer to break even or so that was a good save for us that we were able to get that grant. And then SOC, of course, I think we were projecting a positive. I didn't realize a second interview projecting a deficit, but again, we got that $500,000 of, which I have to imagine is a one-time. I mean, I know every year we've been getting these one-time grants, but we can't rely on it, right? So just keep that in mind as you guys are budgeting, that maybe the SV is sort of the place where you want to see what, if any, adjustments you want to make, right? Because again, we even though we have a positive operating income, it's because of that one-time grant.
Yeah, I think something to note, Member Kagu, is when we start looking at first interim and the governor's initial budget proposal, we're always taking into consideration what is our enrollment, right? Currently, we don't have any loading standards or standards for staffing allocations. So we're always trying to ensure, hey, we're in alignment with the students that we have. To give you an example, in my prior district, we had about 6,000 students when I first arrived. In the 4 years and change that I was there, we had gone from 6,000 total enrollment to 5,000 total enrollment. So you can imagine losing about 16 or 17% of your total students. With that, every year, we're always planning to scale back because at the end of the day, like we just don't have butts and seats, right? It's a different scenario here, being a school or schools of choice. But the budget development process, it really starts in January, and we start to build out, look at our needs assessments, move forward, and how do we create continuity within our programs, or having robust programs with continuity without being disruptive to our staff and students and the community as a whole. So, like I said, we're always dancing with the budget and what's going on at the state level, but also realizing, what's going on here locally with our community as well. So it's always we're always a work in progress. So you guys will always be up to date and aware of where we are.
Wonderful. I would like to request, I love that you're putting it, the way you laid out. One thing is we kind of used to have this great little chart that kind of said like our red zones and like the things that were like really off that we had to be concerned about that were way off projected versus not. And I think that's kind of a helpful visual. I'm not sure, I can show you what it is that we
I've seen it.
use. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do think that's kind of helpful for people to kind of understand versus all the different like up downs. I just think graphically it might be easier for our community to digest.
Yeah, I think also that's a great suggestion. I think also too, if a member of the public or anybody were to pick,
Yeah.
you'll see in my presentations, I'll always, anybody, if you're walking off the street, you kind of get a grasp of like the tempo of where we are on the track, let's just say, but also saying, hey, like, what are the things like in that graph, there wasn't to me enough detail.
Mhm.
I could be at times giving too much detail, but I feel like, historically looking back, being able to see, hey, well, here's the changes, here's the dollar amounts and everything, but I'll keep that in mind in my presentation.
Okay, wonderful. Any other questions or suggestions? Okay. Thank you. All right, let's move on to a roll call vote then. To approve our fiscal year 2023-2024 unaudited actuals for our three school sites, middle school, Saddleback Valley, and South Orange County. Roll call vote, member Levine?
Aye.
Okay. Member Fryler?
Aye.
Member Magoo? Member Smith?
Aye.
And member Travis is aye as well. Next, we have our fiscal year 2024-2025, our Career Technical Education Incentive Grant application. Huh? Shouldn't have said that. I know.
All right, I should have realized I was immediately after myself, but here we go. So right now we're talking about the fiscal year 24-25 Career Technical Education Incentive Grant, CTEIG. Here you go. What's the overview of the CTEIG, Career Technical Education Incentive Grant? We're gonna be going over what that is. What is the financial match? What is our spending plan and continuity plan, and the next steps? What is CTEIG? It is essentially a incentive grant established as a state education, economic, and workforce development initiative with the goal of providing pupils in kindergarten and grades 1 through 12 inclusive with the knowledge and skills necessary to transition to employment and post-secondary education. The purpose of this competitive program is to encourage, maintain, and strengthen the delivery of high-quality career technical education programs. So within this program, we luckily, originally the application deadline was tomorrow, but it has been since extended to October 11th.
Nice.
One thing I want to say about this grant, it is a match of every $2 that we spend, we get $1. Okay. We've identified 9 sections at the middle school, of which would be a CTEIG match for funding. We have information and communication technology, 4 sections. We have 4 sections with arts, media, and entertainment, as well as a section of business and finance at our middle school. The matching requirement will be met with professional salaries and benefits. So when we talk about budget development and expenditures, these were things that were already planned for and approved by the board, and we're going to spend this money. Applying for this grant would offset a lot of the different things that we need to buy for the program. We're already spending this money. It's included in the LCAP. This is just a great way for us to bolster that program, have continuity within that program, and provide some type of enrichment for our students. So with that, our match is about almost $158,000, which will allocate to OPA Middle School
almost $79,000 in CTE-IG funding, of which we are spending funding on IMAX for the digital media arts and entertainment lab. We did have an amount set for Adobe Creative Cloud licenses. That's, Photoshop and all the different ways that, as somebody who's not creative and is an accountant doesn't completely understand, but is the software needed for this class and its development. We did a lot of electrical upgrades for that classroom to be able to withhold and turn into a computer lab or digital media arts lab. Also, it helps pay for the curriculum needed for our business and finance sections. Next step, like I said, the application is due the 11th at 5 p.m. Ms. Burgett, Dr. Fricker, myself, and others are working diligently to get this grant written together. I think we're at probably the 5-yard line, and we're getting closer as the days go on. But like I said, the results would be determined by early 2025. And I just want to touch again, we're not spending money to get money. This grant we're applying for, we've already planned to spend this money. It's already in the budget. This is just, like I said, another way for us to have that continuity, have the funding to provide a very rich experience, not only for our students, but for the community. And so that, I would take any questions.
Any questions? I would like to give a shout out to everybody on getting it done. So I know these are not easy tasks, so I have more confidence. Paul, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
My comment, can I just make a quick one? And thank you for the work in investing in CTE. And I'm really excited to see our pathways expanded through getting funding like this and other funding sources that I know are out there that we're exploring. So I think it's going to be critical for our middle schoolers to have access.
I mean, this also feeds into Director Kagu had said about, having, like I said, continuity and sometimes we have one-time funding and really trying to maximize the dollars that we're spending. I think a person in my position, you don't get paid to just be an accountant. You get paid to be creative and stretch those dollars as best we can. So yeah, I'm glad that we're able to work hard and diligently to make this happen. It just will provide us more opportunities in the future. Yield my time.
Okay. All right. With that, the administration recommends approval of item C. May I please have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve item C.
Okay, may I please have a second?
Second.
Okay, Betsy beat you to it. All right. Any further discussion? No. All right, moving on to a roll call to vote. Member DeLune? Member Freiler?
Aye.
Member Perdue?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Travis is aye as well. Congratulations, and I hope you guys love it. So, all right. Item D, approve expanded learning opportunity program plans. 1, Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School, Oxford Preparatory Academy, South Orange County, and Oxford Preparatory Academy, Saddleback Valley. It is recommended the Board of Directors approve action item D 1 through 3. May I please have will there be a presentation? Yes, okay. Let me go ahead and, am I supposed to do the motion or the presentation first? I keep getting confused because my agenda. I can do the motion. Okay. Can I have a motion? Make a motion. Okay.
Second.
Okay. All right, now discussion then.
Good evening. Tonight we're talking about our ELOP, which is Expanded Learning Opportunity Program Plans. So what is ELOP? ELOP provides funding for before school, after school, intercession, and summer enrollment programs for students who are in grades TK through 6. It is the intent of the legislature when this money was provided, and it's been provided each year and funded, that the programs that we create do not replicate the school day. It's not like we just keep going for the school day, but we offer enrichment, we offer clubs, athletics, also academic support outside of the regular school day. For the way that we are funded for ELOP, it is based on the prior year enrollment as well as special populations. So that would be our EL students, our foster youth, our homeless populations. OPA schools, SOC and SV plans were approved in last time in 22-23. We brought those forward. This year, however, is the first time that OPA Middle School will get funding. It did not get funding last year because there was no middle school the prior year before. So we do have to approve a plan for their first time funding this year for an initial plan. And although the ELOP plans are good for 3 years, we do try to update them if we have any changes or improvements. And so tonight we will be presenting all 3 plans because as we separated the middle school off of the elementaries, their plans modified a little bit because they no longer had middle school programs. We also added a lot more of the clubs and sports, but the basis of the foundation of the program really hasn't changed too much at SV or SOC. So the allocations for the 24-25 school year, OPA will receive $386,000. OPA Middle School, because it's only funded on 1 grade level, only 6th grade, is a little bit less. It's $57,524. SV is $142,578,000, and SOC is $185,973,000. So we are strategically using funds to pay portions of salaries of staff who support the extended learning, as well as summer and other pieces. I'll go more into that in a minute. Our partnership with YMCA and Boys and Girls Club is really the basis of how we meet the requirements of ELOP, which requires that we allow our students to have access to 9 hours daily of schooling, after school and before school care, as well as summer and intercession requirements. I'll have a schedule I'll show you in a minute, which will make that make sense. Because our YMCA and our Boys and Girls Club programs do have sliding scales of payment based on the financial status of our families, we are able to lower the cost. However, the ELOP funds will cover the remaining costs for students who qualify for either the free and reduced lunch program, English learners, foster youth, and or homeless youth. So although they will apply for the reduced funding, then OPA would cover the rest for students that meet those categories through ELOP. Some of the things that we offer, some highlights from the plans, is OPA Middle School is offering after-school office hours 4 days a week to support the academic needs of our students. We also have our 8th period classes in marching band, esports, and several different athletics. And then you heard a lot about our after-school clubs, which are also available to our students at all 3 of our schools. OPA SV and OPA SOC offer about 15 to 20 clubs a year, homework help, and then also they're bringing in some after-school sports camps or sports clubs. You heard about the running club. There's also going to be basketball camp, and I've heard both elementary schools also talk about a soccer camp as well. And then we have our summer programs that I know you had that presentation. We had a very robust summer program this year. And the summer program for our students in grades TK through 6 are paid for through these ELOP funds. However, the 7th grade, we do offer for our 7th grade students, that comes from LCFF. Here's a sample schedule just to show you how we meet those 9 hours a day. If you look at the top chart, the middle piece is going through 8:30 to 2:45 is school. And then also the TK AM cohort, PM and kindergarten, they all have slightly different schedules, but what this is showing is YMCA, they are available at 6 AM in the morning to whenever the students start school based on their schedule. And then also after school until 6 PM, which allows our students access to 12 hours of care and education a day. I also had some other schedules based on, we also have to show that when we have a non-student day, for example, we're having professional learning, YMCA is open, so our students can still have care. For our Friday professional learning days, they are open to meet the needs of our students, as well as during the summer, because our students have STEAM, but also there are days on Fridays, let's say, that we don't have STEAM. So we have to show a variety of schedules and calendars. So we're able to meet that through YMCA. And then through Boys and Girls Club, we meet 9.5 hours each day. They do not have the before school program, but they do have the after school program. So families can either choose YMCA before school. We have the Boys and Girls Club if they don't need that before school care. But again, we're still meeting the minimum 9 hours of offerings for our families each day. In the ELOP plans, we use the template that is asked of every district in California to, but they did not have an expenditure piece. We knew that the board would want to know a little bit more about the money that we spent last year in the past, this year and next year. So I'll be working with Mr. Loro as well as Ms. Palomino to come up with a 3-year expenditure plan to kind of show you where those special funds have gone. Do you have any questions?
So with the changes in TK or just in TK in general, this is currently showing kind of our TK as a half-day program. With some of the changes that are happening next year, will that affect any of the instructional hours that are given to the TK program? No. Okay.
It shouldn't. No, we're still able to have our same program unless that came in the cycle that was something we wanted to look at, we could, but it is not required for us to change that model.
Okay.
And Dr. Henry, quick clarification question for the YMCA and Boys and Girls Club. We pay only for the I think you wrote it here, the free and reduced meal program, English service, foster youth and homeless youth, but everybody else who don't fall under this category, the parents pay for it. Is that how it works today?
They do, and there is a sliding scale that when the parents do apply for the program, that they are able to have reduced cost based on their own financial situation.
Got it. So we cover some portion of it depending on their financial situation, and that's usually the expenses that we pay to YMCA and Boys and Girls Club. Okay, thank you so much.
Sure, thank you. No more questions?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. So next we will be. So there will be a budgetary impact, but it's still like you have the overall numbers, but the plan is still to be involved. Okay. All right. Roll call vote. Member Jaloon. Member Freiler.
Aye.
Member Kagoo.
Aye.
Member Smith.
Aye.
Member Travis. All right. Next. LCAP Annual Update Ratification. Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School, Oxford Preparatory Academy South Bath Valley, and Oxford Preparatory Academy South Orange County. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve action items 1 through 3. May I have a motion? Any motion?
I'll make a motion to approve E 1 through 3.
Maybe we found the second. Okay. Thank you. All right. Do we have a presentation?
There is no presentation.
But I can give you an explanation of what happened. So the last time that the board template, or I'm sorry, not the board template, the LCAP template had gone through a full 3-year cycle was 4 years ago. this year was the first year since I've been doing LCAP that there is a standalone piece of an annual update. The annual update is also embedded in the full LCAP template, so it is a little bit redundant. When we put together all the pieces of the LCAP packet for the board in June, if we did not have a standalone of the annual update included. So we called CT or CDE. They said, just go ahead and include it, send it to your authorizers, but we wanted with an abundance of caution to make sure that we ratified and approved the entire LCAP update with that standalone piece. It starts on page 4 of each of your LCAP packets and goes on depending. They're pretty long. The questions, if you look and go beyond to where the actual LCAP plan starts, are word for word already answered in the template, but they needed to be in there twice.
Okay. Thank you. All right, roll call vote. Member Zaloon? Member Filer?
Aye.
Member Kudu?
I,
Member Smith?
Aye.
And Member Travis is aye as well. Okay. Items for consent. Items listed under consent are voted on by the board in one motion. And there is no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests a specific item to be pulled from consent. Before making a motion, would any member like to pull an item from the consent agenda? I would like to pull. This is C2, which is the agreement between OPA and Emerald Bay Outdoor Academy for the 7th grade Catalina field trip. So, don't know if anybody wants to pull anything else.
I'm gonna have a question about the minutes if you want.
Okay, then we need to pull it. So, are you making a motion to remove the amendments from the regular board meeting of board directors for August 15th? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other items to move? Okay. So the motion is there's 2 motions. The first motion is to pull C2. And the second one is A1, to pull them from the consent. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we will pull those and then okay. So we will pull them so we can have discussion. So we will start with I'm making a motion. So can I have a second?
Wait, I'm
really
sorry.
I know.
Maybe I'll try to make the motion.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I would motion to approve all items for consent except A1 and C2.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Amy. All right, now let's vote. Member DeLune? Member Fryler?
Aye.
Member Kudu?
I,
Member Smith?
Aye.
And Member Travis. Okay. Thank you. All right, so now let's start with the regular meeting minutes.
So we need a motion.
Yes,
So my question.
Okay,
make
make
a motion first.
yes, yes.
make a motion to approve approve the minutes from the regular meeting of the OPA Board of Directors on August 15th.
Okay, I will second. All right, go ahead.
Maybe I'm completely missing something, but I don't even see those posted in gatherings. Like someone check me on this, but it's not. in the last
Which
5
one?
minutes.
The meeting minutes.
The meeting minutes?
They're not
So
on
we-
our site even, so we can pull them and then we'll bring them back for the October.
Yeah. It's kind of-
Nope.
Yeah, nothing's in there. Good catch. Okay, so we will be pulling that.
Okay.
Mhm. From the agenda.
Mhm.
Do we need to make a motion to pull it? Okay. So may I please have a motion to pull the minutes from the regular meeting?
I'll amend my motion to not to pull the agenda item of approving minutes from the regular meeting of the OPA Board of Directors on August 15th out of this agenda and move it to the next meeting.
Okay, I will second. All right, now, any other discussion? No? Okay. We will do a roll call vote. Member DeLune, Member Fryler. Aye. Member Padu,
Aye.
Member Smith. Aye. And Member Travis is aye as well. Okay. The second item that is being removed was the C2 agreement between OPA and the Emerald Bay Outdoor Academy for seventh grade Catalina trip. I would like to make a motion to approve of item C2.
Second.
Okay. I'll make the motion and then Paul is second. Okay. My question is, the numbers that are on there seem very high. What is then the historical trends for the seventh grade field trip?
I don't have those numbers on me. With most of our contracts, there is a number where we can decrease the number by a certain date. So that's why the middle school team, this year with their field trips have come without those big discrepancies in the numbers. So their first one is tallied, and the payments and the contract have been very much aligned because we're trying to get ahead of these. And some of the contracts, and I can find out more, some of the contracts, depending, say, they want you to go higher and you can't add, but you can reduce. And then some are almost the opposite, where you have to go with the lower and you can add later.
So to add to that, I did ask Maggie specifically about the numbers. And so historically from the year past where they have a slightly lower overall enrollment, they downgraded this number a little bit to be on trend with that. But feel that there will be enough students to actually go. They really like the Catalina trip. So it is true that this contract allows us to decrease the number, and there is a certain time limit where you have to solidify that number. So based on the enrollment and then the number of students that actually want to go, where they're recruiting right now and gathering those interest forms this fall from families. This contract did require us to put a down payment on earlier this year than in years past. But they will be diligent in looking at the number of families who actually sign up and then make sure that we don't have a gap at the top like had happened in the years past to limit the number of losses. But you can decrease the number of this students participating.
Is Chancellor Burdett then the one coordinating to make sure that we know when we can reduce and then try to be as close as possible to the enrollment? Is that who you're assigning or is there somebody else in staff who's in the middle school campus who's responsible?
So we did speak to the chancellors and let them know of the difficulties that had happened with prior field trips last year, and that they are the ones responsible for making sure that the number of students who actually go and the time frame when you can change, increase, and or in some cases decrease the number of students who are attending the field trips, they are in charge of hitting those margins.
And Dr. Ficker, if you can, I just checked the deposit is due November 1st. So is there a way I couldn't find this notion of I think it says you can reduce it, but it requires their approval. Mm-hmm. Is that what you're referring to?
Mm-hmm.
It's $350 per field trip. And if we end up with having to pay that, I guess it's a smaller amount than in the past, but just keep that in mind. At least I couldn't read just by a cursory review of the contract that there is like a clear, you can go as low as 90 and we won't charge you for more than 90 or something like that. There's just no such, at least I couldn't find it.
There's nothing to figure about that.
So when I talked to Maggie, she said that they are allowed to decrease the number of students. And so they are going to go through that not recruiting process, but the solidification of form with families now to solidify the number and meet that November. We have to pay that deposit by November. So this would be the number that they're recommending.
And so
Yeah, I think it's 160 students in seventh grade is what you showed in your enrollment presentation. So we're saying 75% of the seventh grade class will go to it. So just so that you know.
I was gonna say the same things.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's good. So I mean, we don't have a comparison to know how many kids went last year. And I know my kid was in seventh grade last year and there wasn't, I mean, I couldn't tell you if it was half, but I can tell you it wasn't full. So, I mean, to me, and there is nothing in here that says any decrease. So, I know I'm not personally comfortable committing to this high of a number. I don't know where my board members, I felt board members are with us.
If this isn't approved tonight, where does that put us in the process? Does it eliminate us from being able to participate in this, or where we have not time frame? Is it till November?
It's still November. You would have to then put it on the October meeting.
To then maybe come back and get you or all of us more information.
Yeah.
It seems like Miss Palomino might be looking it up right now. If we want to like pause for a moment, give them a chance. Yeah. Take your time.
It only says that it must be approved by them if you change your numbers. It's not allowing us to be off the hook for it. There's a difference. So.
I know, I see that.
Would
I
you
mean, I
want
can
staff
understand the
to try to negotiate that into the contract? With
I mean,
some more
well-
flexibility if possible?
Well, I mean, the reality is that if we, what you guys are saying versus what it says are two different things. And I don't want us to pay for more kids than what actually go. And so to me, it seems like, you know, it would be easier to adjust up. But I don't know where everybody else stands.
And remember, Travis, my take on it is that at least we should know. I mean, I don't know if we can write the contract that says we can reduce it dramatically, but that's up to them. But it feels like at least I would like to know if we're planning for 120, we think about X percentage of parents will pay, and then Y percentage of this 120 will go, but we're hopeful it'll be high. Some sort of a sense that, okay, then it's like we may be on the hook for 20 kids, that's $7,000,
Yeah.
worst case scenario. Something like that would be helpful. I don't know if you can contractually write that in. If you can, that'd be great, but it'd be helpful to get a feel for what is it that we're signing up for in case, best case guess. Obviously, we can't predict the future.
She has some information.
That's a great field trip. Don't get me wrong. So.
What do you have? How many did we pay for? 100. Oh, so that's not one of the ones that we. Oh, this that's right. In particular.
She said that we paid for 112.
But was the contract originally for 100?
I think this is a field trip.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You are. I think you're right. Well, I don't know, but I think you're right. Member Fryler, I think you have a question.
Field trip that they invited sixth graders on because they didn't have enough seventh graders to go in this class last year.
No, that was a fifth grade field trip. Well, we had a fifth grade field trip that we had to invite some fourth graders.
But there was a middle.
There was a middle school one.
There was a middle school one, yeah. So they did let us adjust it, but again, I don't know if we want to. But I think it would be, I mean, I think the question still has not been answered. If we table this till next meeting, is that gonna interfere?
No, but it has to go on the October meeting.
But then what specifically, because I think based on what I heard for this particular field trip and what happened last year, we only paid for what we sent. So I'm comfortable with it, but what do others need to know if they bring this back?
The question about, did they fill sixth graders out fill spots?
Okay.
Well, if they're asking parent interest and they're
Yeah,
committing
they're gonna-
now,
yeah.
that would be better.
When are parents supposed to be back?
I don't know the time frame, but
I mean,
she just said no.
It has
said
to be approved
currently.
by November. So from now until October, that's our hard deadline. As in timeline on when parents are going to be getting back to administration at middle school. I don't have that timeline. We do have flexibility if this were to be pulled to tighten up that number and reapprove in October, if that's what the board feels more comfortable doing.
Should we consider doing like a conditional approval that says that if you satisfy these things, then you don't have to bring it back in October? I mean, I think first thing is we need confirmation that we can actually reduce the number. It doesn't say that in the contract, at least as far as I can tell. But if you find it, great, let's move forward.
There's one
But
line,
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead,
It just-
Stephanie, sorry.
Adjustments must be in writing up or down, and we could possibly get that for you as well if we bring it back in October. That written
Yeah.
piece more clearly than it is in the contract, if that helps us.
But then obviously we're not holding the staff to, hey, we signed the contract for 110 and then you end up with 90. Then I mean, obviously not much you can do as long as you've done the right recruiting and so on. But we're not saying you need to be super precise, but at least give us a ballpark of what could it be, right? So that we know that, okay, there's a risk here, right? Because you guys are threading the needle. You're trying to get this approval done for a trip in May. So it's like 8 months. I understand the complexity of it.
Any other thoughts? I guess the motion that Paul is saying is he'd like to give additional approval. Is that or do we want to table it? Those are the two things to be considered. You want to table it? Where's the consensus? I think the consensus is to table it, Paul.
You delegated to the finance committee?
Yeah, you can look at the numbers. Okay. So I think as a board, we want to direct staff to answer the outstanding questions and then table this to next meeting. So we have to make another motion. We made the motion now.
But also like maybe take this as a learning moment too. So as future of these come forward, the types of things that are going to be asked and like whatever, we can do to try to minimize this happening again would be awesome.
Yes, agreed. Okay. So I had actually made the motion, so I'm gonna amend my motion to table it until the next meeting. Paul, you would second it. Are you gonna second it again?
Yeah, just a quick comment, and I think it's a self-reflection for us as board members that maybe next time we'll try our best to raise these questions before the board meeting so that you guys can answer it as well. So I want to acknowledge that, we will do that we will try our best to do that as well. Like it's a learning moment for all of us. So, but yes, I second the motion to table.
All right, roll call vote. Member DeLune, member Fryler, member Kagan, member Smith, and member Chavez. Okay, so now we were going back to approve the rest of the consent items that we did not approve. So
We did.
Yeah.
We did.
We approved it.
I'm sorry. Okay, we did. Okay, sorry about that. I just want to make sure. Okay, moving on, executive director report.
Well, I just want to say to the CTEG team, thank you. We were under a very tight timeline. We did thank you to Michael. We got a reprieve on the date that it's due, but I think that it will be a great advancement forward, not only in our middle school program, but also what we offer children. And I think with the solidification of a CTE program at middle school, I'm hopeful that Dr. Kiramig and I can actually market these programs because most middle schools or intermediate schools in the surrounding area don't offer CTE. So this would be a signature program that would be salient to OPA, and I would be hopeful that students would stay in the lineup in order to get some of these programs that will give them a head start actually when they go into whatever high school they choose. So I think this is going to be a really important point. The upcoming focus is going to be to how do we like market and make sure that we're getting our name and our programs out there. And I'm hoping that one of these programs will actually create some videos for us to kind of highlight all of the other great things that we do. So working with Mr. Oxford has been a joy. He is a great additional staff member. So I think that we're going to get just an extraordinary effect out of these programs and to see what the student product is actually. So I just want to thank everybody that's working on that. I just want to give a shout out to the chancellors who did an amazing job opening up schools and running schools amid heat problems and all of the other things. I think that we tried to do our best to mitigate that, but working with parents to get hot weather guidelines out there and just what to look for. It was a great thing that the team, I know that Trish and Katie worked on that as well. So those were good things to add to our website and then make sure that our parents are informed whenever those things. Thank you to my team.
Wonderful, thank you. Chief Business Officer report.
Yeah, I'm happy to say we're done with unaudited actuals and on to auditing those actuals with our external auditors. This gives us time to look forward to the current year budget, our census data in October, and our first interim report for fiscal year 24-25. I think that yeah, as the year is going by at light speed, we're doing our best to keep up with everything, whether it be facilities. Thankfully, the weather is taking a turn for the better, and thankfully, a lot of the fires have been abated. But yeah, I'm just excited on the path that we're on. I'm glad that we're over some major hurdles and we're looking onwards and upwards.
Board of Directors report. We started at the end.
Nothing to report.
Okay.
I'd like to thank Michael for your time yesterday, just going through finances and all your spreadsheets on how OPA runs fiscally. And I'd like to thank Kim and Stephanie and all the chancellors on how hard they worked for getting school open.
So I'll be brief, but I just wanted to say I've been out and about to a few events already, and I wanted to share the sentiment earlier about the university orientations. I do think they were stellar events, the two I was able to go to, and I really love sitting in some of the classrooms and hearing from the professors about their plans for the year and the excitement with the parents learning about what their students are learning. And specifically shout out, I listened to Mr. Sharp at the middle school and Ms. Hoffman at SOC. They did a wonderful job. Everyone I sat in on did a wonderful job. And then I also wanted to give props to Pal at the middle school. There was a great student who gave me a wonderful direction as I was trying to decide which classrooms to go in and visit. So great job, Pal students.
I will yield my time and only say just welcome to our new. So exciting to have him here. Okay, we have to move back into closed session, please. Oh, yeah, Paul, I'm sorry, Member Cuckoo, sorry.
I will yield my time. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, thank you. You're great. And with that, we will move back into closed session. All right, welcome back from our closed session at 11:07 PM. There is nothing to report out from closed session. Next item is adjournment. It is recommended that the board adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford County Board of Directors on September 19th, 2024. May I please have a motion?
Make a motion.
I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Member Travis is aye. Member Kagoo.
Aye.
Member Smith.
Aye.
Member DeLune.
Aye.
Member Fryler.
Aye.
All right, meeting is